Ryan has made his selection in ring A. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege here to be in Louisville, Kentucky, here at the North American, and honestly, my first time here. I made plenty trips here within the summer, and I guess had the ability to or opportunity to judge in college, but honestly never been to the Market Hog Show here. So looking forward to it. Obviously, it's one of the better ones across the country, and I think this Class 1's awfully neat. And with as much quality and probably far-reaching pieces that we have within this particular drive, I still don't know if there's one that's perfect, but with that being said, there's one that looks like a class winner. He looks like there's the most thought process behind him. He's the farthest reaching, the hardest to make, and just the most unique one out here. The solid white bear demands your attention. From the profile, he's flat in his back, he's good in his look, he's got a big tail root that's cranked up there, he's big in his foot size, his features very good. Again, he doesn't come without faults. One look at coming at you and you become just a little concerned on where his chest and knee and front foot placement may be, but at the same time, I called it good enough. With the cards that are dealt, man, again, so high quality, so fresh in terms of his shape. He looks like a Class 1 from a maturity perspective, a very nice way to go ahead and get started. The Baron, too, has some class advantages. He's rounder in his forerib shape. He looks just like a naturally easier fleshing kind of hog in relation to our class winner, and I mean that in a good way. He's good in terms of his spread. He's awesome in terms of his security and squareness when you get right in behind him. At the same time, I didn't see that one just as unique from the profile. He needs to tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. He's got just a shot more pole and crest from the profile. And then from a muscularity perspective, like I said, he plays out just a bit when you get right in behind him. Again, a good meat and potatoes kind of pig that's good in terms of his rib, good in terms of his body. And even though his look and the symmetry from the side maybe isn't as unique as that class winner, I still think his proportionality and just his height to length ratio is very good. The muscular hog comes in 3, and if you want to tie into this one and say this is where you need to be and where you want to start, I guess I wouldn't argue. I love this bear's shape out of the backside of his shoulder. Within the initial 3, he is the best from a muscularity perspective. So impressive in terms of his shape and spread up high. He is huge in his pin set. He's huge in his muscularity. When you get right in behind him, he's a big-chested one. At the same time, I couldn't get his skeleton to quite do what I want. We need to rock him back in his shoulder blade just a hair. I'd like to lengthen him in his rump, and you know, he probably pushes the envelope just from a hawk width perspective when you get right in behind him. But young lady's got him dressed to impress, skin and hair, hydration job, freshness, very good. Just need to change him in an area or two. A more conservative, a solid, safe one, I guess, if you will, for lack of better terms, comes in 4. I love this guy's skeletal flexibility and just looseness of his movement out here. He's flexible in his top line, awesome in terms of his length of hip and the way he utilizes his hind leg. Young lady, when push come to shove at a show, I guess, of this magnitude, I thought that one just needed to be more unique. He's the most generic in terms of his look, just the most common, I guess, in terms of his shape. But again, give credit where credit due. A sound structured, practical kind of bear. Bear comes in 5s on the other end of the spectrum. Wild looking, shapely, flat backed, and presented incredible out here. Young man, I just got to see that one grab a gear and utilize his hip and hind leg better. Probably just needs to be longer hip to truly be sound enough structured. So interesting class. I know I got long-winded just telling you the differences that I see. Kids are doing a great job. Let's put our hands together for all them, please.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Results out of Class 1. Berkshire's first goes to Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second goes to Jackson Whitmire, Michigan. Third goes to Maverick Murphy, Indiana. Fourth goes to Lily Willis, Arkansas. And fifth goes to Camden Zolman, Indiana. Those are your results out of Class 1. Berkshire's Class 1 Crossbreds. First goes to Peyton Jones, Indiana. Second, Taylor Smith, Michigan. Third, Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Fourth, Chloe Oliver, Indiana. And fifth, Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. We're now showing Class 2 Berkshires and Class 2 Lightweight Crossbred Market Hogs.
Well, very interesting class here in the second the class of the crosses over here on my side, and you know, I'm going to try to be as positive as we can today, and I understand what it takes to get to this point. So at any time, I don't hope that I'm coming across too negative, but at the same time, in this particular class, I don't know if there's one that just is absolutely perfect, and just in terms of where he's at from a muscle width and bulk perspective, and still good enough in terms of his skeleton. With that being said, there's one that's just so high quality in relation to the others on the top end of this. He maybe doesn't come without faults, but I think just awesome in terms of his balance, his build, his proportionality from the side. The young man there with the blue bear is going to win. In relation to the one that falls into second, just so much better in terms of his lines and his symmetry from the side. Flat backed and good looking up front, dead level out of his hip. He's presented very, very well. Good enough, I think, in terms of his chest. His forerib shape is very, very good. Again, you get off to the profile of him, and he just strikes a higher quality, just harder to ignore, image from the profile. Again, maybe he doesn't come without fault. I'd like to relax him in his shoulder just a bit. I'd like to lengthen him in his rump structure, and if we could do that, I think he could grab the surface and just go with more reach and more athleticism out here. Again, I thought he was the highest quality option within this particular class. A nice place to go ahead and start. Just a good meat and potatoes pig to land in second, and I mean that in a good way. You know, I think he realistically has just more skeletal width in relation to our class winner. There's a big-chested bear that sets his blade further on the outside of his skeleton. I love his rib shape. I love his center, and I love his spread up high. That image going away is so impressive in terms of his pin width, his stifle shape, and still one that keeps his hock inside his skeleton. Step off to the profile, step off from the afar, and study him on the green shavings in Louisville, Kentucky. For me, that one just needs to be presented better. He needs to present a higher quality look from the side and just needs to be fresher in that regard. But give credit where credit's due. I think he's a sound-structured, wide-built barra that's got the meat and potatoes that I'm after. I like the just bulk and freshness of back and shape up high of the mostly blue barra that comes in 3. Man, he's big in his chest. He's awesome in his back shape. He's big in his pin set, and he's powerful from every view. He's got big feet. He's got big bones. Unfortunately, young lady, I can't get this barra's skeleton to quite do what I want. He's winged out in his elbow up front. He wants to come together in his front feet, and then when you watch him walk away from behind, he wants to set his weight on the outside of his hoof wall, make him just a shot better in terms of his feet and legs, and I think he could be a class winner or certainly slide up a place or two in this particular class here. Young lady, you got a nice presented, a driven one here that's got a neat look from the side. The belted barra is tall-shouldered, flat-backed, and good-looking up front as anything within this particular class. I love his height-to-length ratio. He's a good pasturing barra. Again, presented very, very well. Unfortunately, when push comes to shove, he just needs more horsepower when you get right in behind him. He needs more when you take him to the ring surface in terms of foot size and feature. The barra coming in 5 has the extras in terms of bone, in terms of hair, in terms of density, and I was tempted to tie into this barra because of the far-reaching pieces that he does have. For me, in a market hog setting, young man, that barra needs more punch. He needs more forerib. He needs just more horsepower and muscularity when you get right in behind him. Again, interesting class. Kids are working their tails off. I understand how hard it is to get them to the finish line. Let's put our hands together and make some noise for those kiddos, please.
Results out of Class 2. Berkshire's first goes to Peyton Jones, Indiana. Second, Jordan Kelly, Indiana. Third, Jordan Kelly, Indiana. Fourth, Bailey Neal, Oklahoma. And fifth, Hadley Huseman, Kansas. We are now ready to show for champion Berkshire Barrow at the 2025 North American. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations to Allie Ayers. Second in that class was Jackson Whitmire. Out of our just completed class number 2, congratulations to Peyton Jones. Second in that class was Jordan Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in congratulating these two individuals as they show for champion Berkshire Market Hog.
Check, check.
Your champion Berkshire Barrel comes out of class 2, Peyton Jones, Indiana. That drops in Jordan Kelly from Indiana for reserve contention. Your reserve Berkshire comes out of class 2, the second place, Jordan Kelly, Indiana. Results out of class 2, Crossbreds. First goes to Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Second, Olivia Reeves, Arkansas. Third, Katrina Kilpin, Wisconsin. Fourth, Annalise Harris, Arkansas. And fifth, Graham Clark, Indiana. We're now showing Class 3 Crossbreds and Class 3 Chesters.
A reminder, exhibitors, you must have the right back tag on when you come into the ring. The correct back tag is very important, not just a back tag, the correct back tag.
Well, over here on the cross side, I think we got a high quality class. And again, I think there's some different ways you could rack them and determine which avenue you want to take and certainly justify that. When push comes to shove, there's 3 of them out here that just look harder to make, higher quality, and just probably better presented and fresher maybe than the contemporaries within this particular drive. With that being said, there's one that's awfully hard to ignore in my opinion. This one hit me the hardest as I come through the ring, and she still becomes the most difficult to ignore. Incredible in terms of her look, incredible in terms of her freshness and quality. The Calico's going to win today on my card. Flat-backed, good-looking monster like in her chest in relation to the one that falls into second. I think she's substantially better as the livestock come right at you. She's got more punch when you get right in behind her in terms of her pin width and just natural muscularity that she does have. Again, she's not perfect, and I'm going to try to be as positive as we can today. But if we're going to change her, I'd like to make her rounder and just naturally better in terms of her forerib shape and center body. Again, she's big-legged, she's wild-looking, she's shapely. It doesn't matter what sex they are today. I like that one to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young man, I had you winning at one time with the Black Bear because I thought you could say this is the more flexible one in terms of the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. I think he grabs the surface and bends his hock with just more athleticism. If we are going to get critical on our class winner, here's another one too that's short-bodied and wild about his look and his proportions from the side. He's presented incredibly well, and even though he's not the roundest in his body shape or probably the freshest in terms of his physical feel, I'd still encourage you to get up on top of him and evaluate his hydration job. His shape, his expression, and his freshness up high is very, very good. Again, one look coming at you, he needs to be better in his chest, he needs to be better in his knee, and it correlates to his body type. I'd like to make him rounder in his rib shape. Young man, when you first came in, I thought, man, this looks like a division kind of champion bear at the North American Livestock Show. Man, if we're just going to line them up and take a picture, this is what they need to look like. Awesome in terms of his length of body, awesome in terms of his balance, his proportionality, and just image and presence from the side is so, so good. They got him presented very, very well. Again, incredible from the profile. Unfortunately, coming and going, not only is he the narrowest and the most closed up, but he's the straightest and just the most restricted, particularly out of his hip and hind leg. We're going to give up some structure in a place or two where they've got a shot more muscle. At the same time, though, I'm not willing to give up structure, particularly when they're the narrowest of the initial 3. Again, where that one's good, he's so, so good. He's so close. Just got to make him wider and just more flexible. The red-headed bear is just a good meat and potatoes kind of pig, and I know I've said that a lot already, but at the same time, I think in an industry where we face a lot of challenges from a build and just practicality perspective, this time things are going to soar a little higher when they look like this. Round in his body shape, his muscularity, spread, and dimension up high is so, so good. Big in his pins, awesome in terms of his spread from behind. Again, like I mentioned a couple classes ago, at a show of this magnitude and out here on the green shavings in Louisville, is that one just tall enough shouldered, wild enough looking, and just unique enough to get any higher in this particular class? I didn't think so in my personal opinion. That's why you're down the line just a bit. But where that pig's good, I can certainly appreciate the positive attributes that he brings towards the forefront. Moderation, practical body kind, and flexibility can all be terms, I guess you'd throw at the belted gilt that comes in next. Still flatten her back and neat in terms of just her stoutness of skull and the forearm that she has. I would like to stouten her up in her rear bone, make her just more unique in terms of her look up front to get any higher. Again, a very good group of hogs, awesome set of kids. I know they're working their tails off. It takes a lot to get them to the finish line. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all these kiddos, please.
Results out of Class 3. Chester's first goes to Grant Miller, Arkansas. Second, Bailey Neal, Oklahoma. Third, Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Fourth, Jordan Kelly, Indiana. And fifth, Toby Lichty, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 4 Durocs. Results out of Class 3 Crossbreds. First goes to Madeline Talent, Alabama. Second, Connor Hodson, Indiana. Third, Henry Cawley, Georgia. Fourth, Brookley Oliver, Indiana. And fifth, Hayden Bales, Georgia. We are now showing Class 4 Crossbreds. Results out of Class 4. Duroc first goes to Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Second, Biley Clem, Ohio. Third, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. Fourth, Brooke Brown, Ohio. And fifth, Jackson Whitmire, Michigan. Those are your results from Class 4 Duroc.
Well, again, a nice class out here, and the kids are doing a great job. The crews are getting the most out of them just in terms of presentation and fit jobs and hydration jobs. I think it's an interesting class because our winner, again, doesn't come without fault. I guess we can just get the negatives out of the way and then tell you what I like about him after that. First and foremost, we could probably pick him up on all 4 feet if we're just being honest. I know that's not the easiest thing to maintain and hold together in today's show ring setting. And at the same time, this one looks like one I don't know if it's ever going to just get truly big. And I'm not saying they all need to weigh 300 pounds, but at the same time, this looks like one to this particular judge that, I don't know if he's ever going to get there just in terms of his weight and just frame size and maturity score. At the same time, that's why we have divisions, and I think he fits the lightweight division very well. He's flat in his back. He's awesome in terms of his proportionality. He's got a giant arm, a big blade. His shape and just ditch working down the top side of his skeleton is so unique. And I think in relation to maybe another one, he's by some margin just more busted open underneath, more genuine in his lower skeleton, more honest in terms of his shape. And then in relation to another one, he's by some margin just fresher and more unique when you get off to the profile of him. Skin, hair, presentation, they got the most out of him. I like that one a good deal. He looked like the most, or the most of the initial 3 to me, to a class winner here in Louisville, Kentucky. I like that pig a good deal. From there, again, some discussion to be had. The kids deserve the extra attention up here because I know what it takes to get to this point. Within the pair, there's one that just has substantially more shape, substantially just more genuine width underneath, and just substantially just more real horsepower. The Blue Bear is bigger in his chest. He's bigger in his back. He's bigger in his pin set. He's got just more honest muscle shape. And then from the profile, if you want to break him down from a uniqueness perspective, I still think he has the advantage in terms of shoulder height. He has the advantage in terms of look, ahead of his blade, and just extension. Again, he's not perfect. I'd like to freshen him in his body shape. I like to freshen him overall just in terms of his presentation just a bit. But that's a wild-looking, flat-backed one that's substantially just more honest and more shapely when you get right up on top of him in relation to the one that falls into 3. Young lady, you got the most out of him in 3. Flat-backed, moderate in his frame. He's good in his center. He's stout in his mug. In relation to the one that falls ahead of him, he's rounder in his forerib shape. He goes to the surface with more feature in terms of foot size and stoutness of bone. I couldn't get this bear to do what I want. From a compositional perspective, you get up on top of him, and he's the plainest and just the most bland in terms of his muscle shape. And I'd be willing to accept that if he was just wild in terms of his look and his presentation from the side. I thought he was beginning to show his age and get just a shot more mature ahead of his blade. Skin, hair, freshness, hind leg flexibility can all be things that we talk about that third place bear. A nice kind of pig there to land behind a pair that I like a good deal. The Power Hog comes in 4, and if you like this one to win, I guess I could list listen to that for a bit because he is the EST hog of the class. It's pretty easy to see from the outside looking in. He is absolutely giant in his back, incredible in terms of his spin set and just the natural muscularity that he has when you get right in behind him. Obviously, he's stout in his mug. He's big in his arm, and you take him to the ground. He's got big feet. He's got big feature. You know, is his skeleton just good enough? I didn't think so. That's why he ends up fourth in this particular class. I'd like to relax him in his shoulder and just make him longer and looser in his rump to get any higher in this particular drive. I can appreciate a lot of things about the bear that comes into 5. Honestly, if we're just going to be truthful in this particular class, he's the more practical option when in relation to that bear that falls into 4. He's longer and looser in his rump, and he's more just comfortable and probably more appropriate from a maturity perspective. At the same time, though, young lady, of the initial 5, I read him to be the stalest up front and just the most common in terms of his look ahead of his blade. He, too, could be just a bit stouter in terms of his rear foot size and feature that he does have. Again, just my opinion today. I know the kids and families and crews are working as hard as they can to get the most out of them. That's rewarding for a guy that does it for a living. Let's put our hands together for all those kiddos, please.
Results out of Class 4. Crossbreds. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Carly Morris, Indiana. Third, Millie Foster, Arkansas. Fourth, Toby Lichty, Arkansas. And fifth, Millie Foster, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 5 Crossbreds. After the conclusion of Class 5, we will show for our division drive. Results out of Class 5. Durocs. First goes to Juan Carlos Martinez, Texas. Second, Landon Elsinger, Ohio. Third, Jagger Cobb, Arkansas. Fourth, Nora Hogue, Illinois. And fifth, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. We're now showing Class 6 Durocs.
Well, a neat class, an interesting class, and at the same time, I think you get down to these top four, and there's lots of different avenues you can take, and certainly justify which direction you want to go. I'm sure everybody at ringside has it figured out much better than I do, because I can promise you it's always easier on the other side of the gates. I think all four of them have parts and pieces that you can gravitate to, grab a hold of, and run with, and justify which direction you want to go. Ultimately, when push come to shove, I thought there was one that was the best combination between being unique, having some extras, and still being safe and secure and square when you get right in behind him. Young ladies, one-eared bear is going to be our class winner in this particular drive. Sharp in terms of his back line. He's shapely up high. He's awesome from a compositional perspective. So shapely and fresh on the top side of his skeleton. In relation to the bear that's going to fall into two, he's got just more shape and expression on the top side of his skeleton. He's got more pin width. He's got more foot size. He's got more just stoutness of feature. You know, is he absolutely perfect? No, he wants to run downhill just a bit. We could pry him open in his chest and knee as he comes right at you. Man, that's a flat-backed, big-tailed one with big feet, big bones, and lots of muscle shape when you get right up on top of him. Again, when push come to shove, I felt like he was the best combination between being unique and still being practical and sound enough in terms of his rear leg. Just from a proportionality and freshness perspective, I like this 1 and 2 a great deal. So good and so consistent from the top side of his blade to his knee to where his front foot hits the ring surface. And even though he's not as shapely or as expressive as our class winner, I actually think his forerib shape, spread and dimension, and just upper rib shape when you get right up on top of him is so good. Still big in his pins, still adequate, I think, from a foot and feature perspective. Again, I like his proportionality very well. Obviously, we'd clean him up in his flank, and that's not why he's second. We're not going to get too hard on that today because I understand the frustrations behind that, but at the same time, it does take away from probably his presentation, particularly when you get right out there from the profile. Again, young lady's got the most out of him. Man, that thing's skin and hair and freshness of just the way he's presented is so good. The front 3/4 of the bear in 3 can get me fired up. He's a big-chested one. He's got the biggest blade. His shape, his muscularity, and his freshness out of the backside of his shoulder blade is so good. I love his length of body, his skin, his freshness, and the way that he's presented again is so good. You know, is that one just sound enough? Is he long enough in his rump structure? Is he coordinated out of his hip and hind leg enough to be your class winner? I guess he wasn't for me today. For me, we got to lengthen him in his rump, stouten him in his rear foot size and rear feature, and just make him more coordinated in terms of his hind leg. But man, that one's front 3/4 of within this particular class is so good. Young lady in 4, I had you winning at one time because I thought you could make the argument that this was the stout-featured, best hind-legged one of the initial 4. Man, that thing's got big feet. He's got giant limbs, and when you get behind him, his squareness from pin hock to ground is so good. His ability to put his foot where it needs to go and go off either end of his skeleton is so good. So you ask yourself, why isn't your class winner if he's the stoutest in his feature and he's the best in his structure? For me, when you get right up on top of him, young lady, that one has to have more forerib shape, and I'd be willing to accept that if he was just come with an abundance amount of width and power when you get right in behind him. For me, his forerib tells the same story from there back. He's the flattest in his body shape, he's the narrowest in his pin set, and he's just the most bland when you get right in behind him. Again, credit where credit's due. Monster-like in his feature and very good in terms of his structure. Just got to give him more real horsepower off either end of his skeleton. I love the presentation and look from the side of the solid black bear. Again, if we're just going to line him up and take a picture, flat-backed and awesome in his look. Just needs more horsepower coming and going. Again, he gets a little more restricted out of his hind leg too. Interesting class, interesting top 4 up there. You take them how you want them. It's just my opinion today. Look forward to getting them back out here and getting us a division champion. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos, please.
Results out of Class 5. Crossbreds. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Third, Juan Carlos Martinez, Texas. Fourth, Parker Elsinger, Ohio. And fifth, Jenna Schilling, Ohio. First and second place, Durocs. First and second place, Durocs. Last and final call. We are now ready to show for Champion Division 1 Crossbreds. Coming out of class number 1 from Indiana, congratulations to Peyton Jones. Second in that class was Taylor Smith, Michigan. Out of class number 2, congratulations from Kentucky, Holland Hobbs. Second in that class was Olivia Reeves, Arkansas. Out of class number 3, congratulations to Madeline Talon, Alabama. Second in that class was Connor Hodson, Indiana. Out of class 4, congratulations from Indiana, Maya Holderly. Second in that class was Carly Morris, Indiana. Out of our just completed class number 5, congratulations to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Kinley Hill, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these individuals as they show for our lightweight division champion.
Well, good to get Ryan over here, and a guy that I have the utmost respect for, and does them at a high level and does it often because he's good at it. And when you're good at this, you usually get asked back. And we're in total agreement, and I know everybody says that. It's just kind of the go-to when you get together, but it is true. We get them out here, and we see them the same. We prioritize them maybe just a bit different, but at the same time, we land on one because he just looks like a division champion in a national show, in my opinion. He's the farthest reaching, and from a proportionality perspective, he's got the big hair, the giant back. He's square when you get right in behind him. You know, I said in class we could tweak him in an area or two within the cards that are dealt. In this particular division, he's the most difficult one to make. He's the most unique one, in my opinion. Young ladies, belted one's going to be our champion.
Your champion lightweight comes out of class 5. Congratulations. Excuse me, class 4, Maya Holderly, Indiana. That drops in Carly Morris from Indiana.
Well, again, maybe it doesn't get any easier, and I think it's always interesting. I heard somebody on a podcast the other day say that these judges aren't maybe as consistent as they need to be, and they don't stick to a type and kind. I heard Ryan say it, and I'm going to say it again, and you're probably going to hear it about 5 more times. There's lots of parts and pieces at these crossbred pig shows, and really even on the other side of the ring in the purebred thing. We're firm believers that show winners, class winners, division winners don't have to look the same, and with the cards that are dealt, sometimes you got to give up in a place or two to maybe get something else that you're looking for. I think that's the case here. Our reserve is not perfect. We could change him in an area or two. I said earlier in the day we could fix him up in his shoulder blade and his knee and just his image from the front view as he drives right at you. At the same time, Ryan said it, and I said I couldn't agree more. He looks like the next best one from a uniqueness perspective, and at the same time, he's still the next best one from just a build perspective. Young ladies, White Bear is going to be our reserve.
Your reserve lightweight, Peyton Jones, out of class number 1 from Indiana. We are now ready to show for champion Duroc at the 2025 North American, coming out of class number 4. From Kentucky, Holland Hobbs. Second in that class was Briley Clem, Ohio. Coming out of class number 5, Juan Carlos Martinez, Texas. Second in that class was Landon Elsinger, Ohio. Out of our just completed class number 6 from Indiana, congratulations to Brantley Platt. Second in that class was Laney Green, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in congratulating our class winners as they show for champion Duroc. Results out of your just completed class 6. Durocs first goes to Brantley Platt, Indiana. Second, Laney Green, Indiana. Third, Bailey Neal, Oklahoma. Fourth, Parker Elsinger, Ohio. And fifth, Katie Holmes, Indiana. Your champion Duroc comes out of class 5, Juan Carlos Martinez, Texas. That drops in Landon Elsinger, Ohio. Your reserve Duroc. Congratulations from Class 6, Brantley Platt, Indiana. Your evaluator in Ring A is Mr. Ryan Sides from Granite, Oklahoma. His wife Wendy and son Red own and operate Sites Livestock, a 50-head show pig sow operation consisting of Chesters, Crosses, and Durocs. Ryan is a national support specialist for show-right show feeds and is judged at all levels in 29 states. Please put your hands together for Ryan Sides from Oklahoma.
Well, I think one of the deeper classes that we've had over here on the crossbred side of things, and at the same time, we send, I guess we send 5 to the scales, we lose 1, and we drop the 4 back out, and it becomes a build and balance and structure kind of contest, I guess. We're not just going to come in here and build sort them. They're going to have some horsepower, but when they're the longest in their rump, the loosest in their structure, and they're still just the stoutest, they become the most difficult to beat in this particular setting. I like the Blue Bear to win. Within the pair, he's just rounder and more productive and just better in his forerib. He's better in his center. And at the same time, like I already talked about, he's accompanied with substantially just more rear foot size and stoutness of feature. He's longer and looser in his rump, and he's just more athletic, out of his hip and hind leg. Is he as unique about his look and about his presence and about his freshness ahead of his blade? He's not, and that's what keeps the pair unique, because I think this one in second offers as much uniqueness and a high quality kind of look ahead of his blade as not only anything within this particular class, but maybe anything that we've seen yet today. Awesome about his presence. He's flat in his back. I love his proportionality from the side. He's got a big arm, yet he's a tall shouldered bear that's still pushed back and got comfort and flex and reach out of his front skeleton. I thought when push come to shove, young man, not only was this bear just a little more flat and just a little more refined in terms of his rear feature, but at the same time, he's a shot shorter about his rump. I thought I wanted to stab his hind leg as the drive wore on. Again, presented incredible. He's shapely. He's a high-quality looking bear that's got an awesome front skeleton, an awesome look up ahead of his blade. I just like to change his rear skeleton, and again, we'd be more willing to accept that if he was a stouter option. I thought he got just a little flatter from behind. From from ham loin forward, I like this Gilton 3 a good deal. Presented absolutely incredible. Young lady's a hammer on the stick, stout in her skull, good up ahead of her blade. She ties her neck the highest on the top side of her shoulder as anything within the initial trio. Flat in her back. She's got a big tail root that's cranked way up there. Unfortunately, young lady, I just couldn't get this one's hip and hind leg to quite do what I wanted. She's a bit shorter in her rump structure. She wants to sway and swivel when you get right in behind her. If we could make her sounder and just looser and make her go just more north and south when you get right in behind them, that may be your class winner. Young man, the black-headed Barris took 2 steps in the ring, and I thought, man, this might be our champion today. And you hate to jump the gun, but, man, when he sticks his head in the gate and into the show ring, it's awfully hard to ignore his overall stoutness and power. Absolutely stout in terms of his skull. Massive lack in his blade. He's got a giant back, a giant tail root, and absolutely as big-footed, heavy-legged, and hairy and as far-reaching from a feature perspective as anything that we've seen today. Yet he still balances right from the side. You ask yourself, well, why is he fourth? He sounds like the champion to me. I cannot get this one's hind leg to quite do what I want. You know, is he too short-rumped? Is he just too restricted in that regard? He just has to grab the surface. He needs to be deeper heeled. He needs to go with just more athleticism. If we can make him sounder and just more comfortable out of his hind leg, we're headed to the backdrop, because where he's good, I think he's as good as anything we've seen today. A productive centered, flat-backed one that comes in next. Just like to see him bigger armed and just more comfortable off either end. From there, we work into a couple hogs that either fall out of bed from a build and structure perspective or just need more horsepower when you take them to the ring surface. Good on the top end, like I said, maybe as deep as we've seen over here in my ring today. Kids are doing an awesome job. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Results out of Class 7. Hampshire's first goes to Max Heimer, Missouri. Second, Austin Cox, Ohio. Third, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Fourth, Tyler Armstrong, Indiana. And fifth, Maddie Lady, Indiana. We're now showing Class 8 Hampshires. Results out of Class 6. Our first class in the middleweight division. First goes to Jane Jennings, North Carolina. Second, Carson Bickle, Ohio. Third, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. Fourth, Henry Crawley, Georgia. And fifth, Lane Martin, Indiana. We're now showing Class 7 Crossbreds. Results out of Class 8. Hampshire's first goes to Harper Heimer, Missouri. Second, Max Heimer, Missouri. Third, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Fourth, Maddie Lady, Indiana. And fifth, Tyler Crowder, Indiana. Your evaluator for your crossbreds in Ring B is Mr. Troy Sloan from Cameron, Missouri. Troy attended Fort Scott Community College and Iowa State University, competing on the judging teams at both schools. After Iowa State, Troy returned to Cameron, Missouri to run the swine portion of Team Sloan Livestock, a 200-head sow herd operation consisting of mostly crossbreds. Troy has judged multiple shows in many states at all levels. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Troy Sloan from Cameron, Missouri.
Well, again, an interesting class, and like any of them, you go to anywhere across the country, lots of parts, there's lots of parts, excuse me, lots of pieces, and what are you willing to accept, or where are you going to draw the line in the sand and say, this is good enough or this is not. I think this is one of those classes. After you get them weighed and you get them thrown back, sometimes you just got to step back and say what looks like the show winner or what looks like the class winner, which is the highest quality, most well presented one out here. That's the freshest and the most genuine. And once you do that, I don't even think it's close. When you talk about that, flat-backed, incredible in terms of his look, amazing in terms of his presentation. Whoever's behind this one, getting them ready, this is what they need to look like in terms of skin and hair. And I know we're not going to talk a lot about fit jobs and stuff today because I'm not one of those people to come out here and tell you guys to back off your efforts out back. But at the same time, we need to make them look as natural and as good in that regard as we can. I love the way that one's presented. Again, awesome in terms of his look, awesome in terms of his shape. His balance, build, and symmetry from the side is absolutely incredible. He's not perfect, and I know I've said that every time, and people are probably tired of me getting on that kick. I'd like to stouten him up in his arm. I'd like to stouten him up in his foot if we're going to make him truly unique. And then at the same time, he's wanting to push the envelope on where his hock sets when you get right in behind him. I think that's a small tree and a large force with the cards that are dealt. I like that blue-belted bear to win a great deal. I think there's some discussion to be had between 2 and 3 because I think they differ drastically in terms of the good and the quality and the far-reaching pieces that they bring going forth. Ultimately, I gravitated towards the one that was stouter and just more comfortable about his hip and hind leg. Within 2 and 3, the bear directly in front of me is substantially bigger in his feet. He's substantially bigger in his arm, stout in his mug, flat in his back. Within the pair, he ties his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. He's longer in his rump structure, and when you get behind him, he just utilizes his hind leg with just more athleticism. Again, if we're going to get around that class winner at a show of this magnitude, they're going to have to be more attractive up front. They're going to have to be fresher and more youthful ahead of their blade, particularly in his crest and his poll. And again, I'd be willing to give that up because he is the power hog of the class from a bone and feature perspective. But at the same time, when you step right in behind him, they're going to have more horsepower, particularly as we get into some of these heavier weights. He's a little narrower gauged and just a little staler in terms of his shape. But again, give credit where credit's due. Big in his arm, awesome in his chest. I thought he had the structural improvement advantage within 2 and 3. Just need to freshen him up, not only from a muscularity perspective, but his look and just presence ahead of his blade. Skin and hair and just freshness of hydration and shape up high goes to the bear in 3. Man, I love this thing's skull. I love his shape out of the backside of his blade. He's a very, very well presented bear. Again, we're not going to get on a soapbox in terms of fit job, but this is very well done. In my opinion, he's dressed up, but it's not overdone. He's a square-built barrel when you get right in behind him. Young lady, I couldn't just get him to piece together right from the side. He's a little tender on his feet, or maybe just not wanting to grab a gear and go. And then when you study him in terms of his top line, I just can't get it to balance quite as good as I'd consider ideal. We'd like to tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. He wants to come apart there just a bit in his loin and his ham loin. We could bust him open underneath in relation to those two that precede him. Again, skin and hair, freshness, showmanship. You got the most out of him. Just like to tweak him in an area or two to get any higher in this particular class. I like lots of parts and pieces of the young man's belted bear, that lands in 4th. Just in terms of blade and spread and dimension up high, he may be as good as anything that we have in this particular drive. So good in terms of his dimension. He's a big-footed, heavy-legged bear. Again, much like the bear that falls into 2nd, he's beginning to show his age up front. He's got a shot more chest, or a shot more crest, a shot more pole. And then I'd like to take him, as we take him to the ring surface in terms of his rear foot, we need to make him deeper heeled and just more looser in that regard. He wants to knuckle his rear pasture in just a bit. But again, a big-bodied bear that's awesome in terms of his spread up high, awesome from a dimension perspective when you get right up on top of him. The painted up bear comes in next, and I'll be honest, where this one's good, he's as good as anything that we have in class. Just from a muscularity perspective, so impressive out of the backside of his shoulder, big pinned and square and still secure when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, I can't get him to do what I want when you step off to the profile. Not only does he need to be more attractive and just more extended up front for this particular judge, at the same time, I'd like to lengthen him in his rump and just make him utilize his hind leg with just more reach and athleticism out here. Young lady's a hammer on the stick. Again, where he's good, he's very, very good. Told this lady coming out next, man, I love that bear from the side. He's got big feet, big bones, and a really loose skeleton. For me, he just has to have more muscle on in a setting like this. Interesting class, a neat one there on top that was presented very, very well. My compliments to all those kids. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Results out of Class 7, Middleweight, Crossbreds. First goes to Jarrett Rigney, California. Second, Lily Willis, Arkansas. Third, Millie Foster, Arkansas. Fourth, Lane Norman, Iowa. And fifth, Reagan Gibson, Iowa. We are now ready to show for Champion Hampshire. Coming out of Class 7, congratulations, Max Heimer, Indiana. Second in that class was Austin Cox from Ohio. Coming out of class number 8, congratulations from Missouri, Harper Heimer. Second in that class was Max Heimer from Missouri. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these two individuals as they show for Champion Hampshire. Your champion Hampshire comes out of Class 7, Maxheimer, Indiana. Excuse me, Missouri. Your reserve, Harper Heimer, Missouri. Excuse me.
Results out of Class 9. In your champion reserve, your champion Hereford, Caden Ishmael, Indiana. Second in reserve, Caleb Lateman, Indiana. Third, Avery Sturm, Ohio. Fourth, Harper McCormick, Ohio. And fifth, Haley Dannenberg, Illinois. We're now showing Class 10, Landrace.
Well, you assume they were coming just from a logistics perspective, getting into some of these heavier weights. You expect the water to be just a little deeper, and sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. But I think without a doubt, the deepest class, I believe we weighed 6, and it was fun to get them back out here. Again, lots of different shapes, sizes, types, and kinds, and you can justify going some different areas, some different directions. With that being said, I think there's a clear-cut winner in this particular class. I think without a doubt, that's the best one that combines some skeletal width with some functionality. I'm not going to tell you he's absolutely bulletproof from a feet and legs perspective, but I think with the cards that were dealt, that's without a doubt the most comfortable, most athletic one out here. And then at the same time, like I said, he's a power hog. He's huge in his chest. He's big in his blade. He's fresh enough in terms of his shape up high. He has skeletal width and muscularity when you get right in behind him. Again, we could pick him up on his front feet if we're going to get ultra critical. At the same time, we're not gonna just get too critical as far as that goes today. He's sharp looking up front. He's good in terms of his build and his balance. He's functional in terms of his hind leg. A nice kind of bear to go ahead and win. Young man here in the purple is going to land in second. And I'll be honest, I had that one a little all over the board because obviously his attitude's probably not the best out here, and that maybe doesn't bode well for his placing. I would encourage you, though, to study quality, study build, and study balance from the side. Maybe as good as we've seen today in terms of his silhouette from the side. He's a strong-footed bear that's tall-shouldered, absolutely incredible in terms of his flatness of back and his neat look from the side. Man, he's presented well out here. You take him to the surface, he's still got foot size and feature. Unfortunately, young man, at a show of this magnitude, when you get right in behind him, he has to have just more muscularity. He has to have more punch. The 1 and 3's got the extras, much like our class winner, in terms of his chest, in terms of his blade, in terms of his hair, his density, and his stoutness right up on the top side of his skeleton. In relation to the bear that falls directly in front of him, he's by some margin more opened up in his chest. He's bigger in his blade, and from behind, it's absolutely no contest within that pair. He's got substantially more pin width, more punch, and more stuff. Unfortunately, when you step off to the far, I couldn't get that bear to do what I want from a balance and eye appeal perspective. He wants to run downhill. He's crestier about his pole and his look up front. He wants to duck his pins there and get underneath himself. If we could make him just a shot better in terms of his build from the profile, I think that one slides in the second hole in this particular class relatively handily. From ham loin forward, I absolutely love this pig. Again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If we're just going to line them up and take a photo, this is the one that I'm straightening my tie and getting behind because I think that thing's front end. I think his build and his look from up ahead of his blade is so good. Absolutely beautiful in terms of his head and his neck, his skin, his hair, his presentation, and his hydration up high is so good. Big in his arm, awesome from a proportionality perspective. At the same time, young man, I couldn't get his hip and hind leg to quite do what I want. We need to lengthen him in his rump, make him grab a gear in terms of his hind leg. And again, like I've said so many times, I'd be willing to accept that, but you get behind him, and of the initial 4, he's by some margin just the flattest and plays out the most when you get right in behind him. An interesting one comes in 4, and I wish we could just make him a little stouter in his jaw and fresher in his body and just his practicality because of where he's good within this particular class. I think think he's awfully good. And honestly, he probably resembles the bear that falls into second in this particular drive, maybe as much as anything within this particular class. Flat in his back, good in his look up front. You get behind him, and that's a big square kind of hind leg. He's big and good in terms of his pin set, square and secure when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, he needs to be bigger in his arm. He needs to be stouter in his jaw. He's the flattest in his forerib and the harshest in his body. Man, that one's shapely up high, and this view from behind is so impressive to be that big-legged in terms of his rear bone and still square and secure. Awfully neat pig there. We just got to make him more practical in his rib, make him stouter in his arm and stouter in his jawbone. On the other end of the spectrum, we got a sound-structured, moderate-framed, good-bodied bear that's flexible and just so comfortable off either end of his skeleton. I thought when you dipped in and just studied uniqueness and, again, on a stage this big, on the green shavings here in Louisville, I just thought that one got a little more common in his look and his presence from the side. He wants to run downhill. He's a little more generic about his look up front, comes in at his knee, and he could use just a shot more forearm. Again, so comfortable, so good in terms of just his athleticism. He's a good-bodied bear that looks like he was easy to feed and practical in that regard. Again, deepest class of the day, in this judge's opinion. Kids are doing an awesome job. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Results out of Class 8 middleweight crossbreds. First goes to Brody Everhart, Indiana. Second, Henry Cawley, Georgia. Third, Anna Claire Sullivan, North Carolina. Fourth, Jackson Whitmire, Michigan. And fifth, Landon Elsinger, Ohio. We're now showing Class 9 crossbreds. Results out of Class 10 in your only Landrace class. First in champion, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Second, Charlie Morris, Indiana. Third, Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Fourth, Graham Clark, Indiana. And fifth, Tyler Crowder, Indiana. We're now showing Class 11 Poland's.
Well, again, a nice class over here, and the families and crews have them dressed up and presented very, very well. And at the same time, it's not easy. It's always challenging, pick your poison kind of deal. And I hope that doesn't come across negative, but unfortunately, that's the industry we're in now. We got lots of parts and pieces and things that you can gravitate to. And at the same time, it seems like once you get those far-reaching pieces, maybe it comes with some more flaws than than I'd consider ideal. And again, it's just my opinion today, but when we get these three back out here, there's one I just keep coming back to from a fault-free perspective, from a build aspect. Is he the stoutest or is he the wildest in maybe one area or two? Probably not within this particular trio, but I would encourage you to argue the balance, the build, and the structural integrity that he does have, and just the freshness that he has over maybe another one or two within this particular top three. Man, I like this thing's balance. I like his proportionality. His height to length ratio is absolutely perfect. In relation to the bearer that falls into two, he's by some margin more attractive up front. He's more extended ahead of his blade, and he has substantially more shape when you get right up on the top side of his skeleton. Young lady with the blue bear, I had you winning at one time because I think in relation to our class winner, he's a company with more foot size. He's a company with more feature. I love this bear as he approaches us just in terms of squareness of chest, in terms of squareness of knee. He's a stout, wide, productive bear that's still good on his front feet. He's got an awesome four-rib shape. His center body is so good, and from behind, he is very, very massive in terms of just his rear foot size and feature that he does have. When you step off to the profile, I couldn't get his look and his symmetry from the side to match our impressive class winner. He's got a shot more crest. He's a little more bunched up through his front one-third, and at the same time, if we're going to get comparative, I didn't think he was near as shapely or as fresh or as hydrated on the top side of his skeleton. Again, give credit where credit's due. That's a power bearer that's still good in terms of his skeleton, still good from a maturity perspective. I just couldn't get him to quite do what I want from a look and symmetry aspect. Young man in three, I had you winning at one time, and it's pretty easy to see from the outside looking in. This one may be as far-reaching as anything that we've seen today. He hits the ring, and he's awfully hard to ignore in terms of his skull. He's got as big of a back and as big as of a ditch working on the top side of his skeleton as anything that we've seen today. I can only imagine how high quality this one was as a baby pig. So far-reaching, so stout, so good in terms of his skin and hair, so maxed out in the pieces that he does have. We got to pick him up on his front feet. We got to make him more appropriate from a maturity perspective ahead of his blade. And then of the initial three, there's no doubt he's the shortest rump, and he's the plainest when you get right in behind him. We need to spread him in his hock and just make him more athletic, make him grab another gear out here. The blue-headed bear is so intriguing. He's so close to being your champion bear, I guess, for lack of better terms. So wild in terms of his look up front. Awesome in terms of his foot size and stoutness of feature, his width of chest, his size of forearm, his look, and his just quality up ahead of his blade is so good. Shapely up high, he's got muscularity. Unfortunately, it's one look going away. And at the North American International for this judge on this day, they just have to be square. They have to be more secure. They have to be safer when you get right in behind them. The one coming out next has that security when you get right in behind him. A tall-shouldered one that, again, if we're just going to line him up and take a picture, man, I'm going to stand behind this one. Short back, so flat in his back, so good in terms of his symmetry from the side. Unfortunately, coming and going, he's the most closed up, and again, I'd be willing to accept that, but I thought as the drive wore on, he was a little shorter in his rump and maybe wanted to stab his hind leg just a bit. Again, from there down, I've tried to talk to the kids. Really good group. I understand the work and effort that they're putting in. Let's make some noise for all these young people, please.
Results out of Class 9 middleweights. First goes to Jack Greiner, Iowa. Second, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. Third, Grant Miller, Arkansas. Fourth, Bristol Himsell, Indiana. And fifth, Jalen Michael, Ohio. We're now showing Class 10 middleweights. Results out of Class 11, Poland's first and champion, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. Second in reserve, Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Third, Addison Horn, Texas. Fourth, Grant Miller, Arkansas. And fifth, Colton Evinger, Indiana. We're now showing Class 12 spots.
Well, again, lots of different parts and pieces, and you know, what are you willing to call good enough and run with? And I don't know if you could make 3 pigs in the top end of any class anywhere across the country more different, more challenging to put together. And again, what you determine is acceptable enough is what's going to determine how this placing ends up going. Ultimately, when push comes to shove, the one that combines the most extras in terms of feature, look, presentation, and just quality and uniqueness, young man's guilt there on the far side of the ring is going to be the class winner in this particular drive. I think in relation to the bear that falls into 2, he or she, excuse me, is by some margin better in her chest and better in her knee and better in her front foot as the livestock drive right at you. And then when you park them off or pull them off to the side and study them from the profile, even though she's maybe not perfect in that regard, she is not even comparable in terms of her look from the side. And I mean that in a good way. So high quality up ahead of her shoulder blade. For one that's big-chested and wide and pried open as she drives right at you, she's so awesome. And her neckline so good in terms of her throat latch. She's a stout-featured one that still offers extension up front. You know, is she long enough hipped? And does her hock just motor and does she just utilize it good enough? That's what keeps this class challenging, because she looks like a class winner the most within the initial 3, in my opinion. Again, you have to ask yourself, is she long enough in her rump? Is she collected enough in her top line? Does she utilize her hind leg just good enough? I thought with the cards that were dealt, we called it good enough in this particular drive, a high quality one to go ahead and win. Young lady in 2, you've got a really neat pig. Maybe where he's as good in an area or 2, he's as good as anything that we've seen in class. And anybody that watched me judge before know I'm a sucker for a tall shoulder, good looking, very attractive one. This one is not. He is ugly headed and he's fat headed, and that's where he needs to be changed. If we can do that, man, we've got something here, because I think shoulder blade back, this is real world, good kind of genuine livestock. Absolutely incredible in terms of his foot size, absolutely massive in his blade. And I would encourage you, as the livestock leave the ring, to get up on top of this one. His amount of thickness, dimension, spread, mass, muscle, whatever term you want to throw at it, on the top side of his skeleton is absolutely incredible. And in relation to the one that falls into first, and what makes this class challenging in this judge's opinion, is he is by some margin longer in his hip, looser in his hind leg, and just more secure and comfortable in that regard. Does he need to be better looking for this particular judge on this day? He does, and he does need to be better in his chest as they drive right at you. Again, some calls to be made. I wish he was a shot more attractive. I wish he was a shot better coming right at you where he is good. He is absolutely incredible. We flip the script and go to maybe as the other end of the spectrum as you could possibly get. Again, I don't know if we could make 3 of them that look more different and more unique. Young lady, I was tempted to tie into this bear to win the class, because I think in the industry that we're in right now, and I'm not here to give speeches, but if there was more pigs that come through this ring on the green shavings today, we'd have more happy customers. He's good from a compositional perspective. He is absolutely immaculate in terms of his shape up high. He's a good pastern bearer that's square and secure from behind. He looks like a pig that's grown, and I'm not here to call ages, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. But he's not messed up. He's tall-shouldered, he's flat-backed, and he's got muscle. Unfortunately, young lady, on a stage this big, regardless of who's judging, I think they just have to have more feature. I couldn't convince myself he was stout enough. He's more refined in his jawbone. He's more refined in his ankle. He needs more arm. He needs just more circumference of bone. Skin, hair, freshness, security, safeness. I like that bear a good deal to be in 3. Just needed more horsepower. Skin and hair and freshness, all can be said about the bear that comes into 4. I love his height to length ratio. So right in terms of his center body. Absolutely perfect in his physical feel. He pulls together a good kind of top line. He balances it and is very, very correct from a proportionality perspective from the profile. Unfortunately, when they're a little flatter from behind, they better be sound structured. I thought as the drive wore on, for the bear that's easily the flattest from behind, when you get right in behind him of the initial 4, he's the straightest, he's the shortest in his rump. If we can make him sounder structured, I think we can move him up a place or 2, because again, I know I've said it a million times, but where he's good, I think he's awfully, awfully good. Big-footed, stout-legged, man, this is a power hog right here directly in front of me. As much blade, as much arm, as much muscularity as anything that we have in class. I couldn't get that one to just quite fit together right from the profile. She's more compact off either end of her skeleton. I'd like to tie her neck higher on the top side of her shoulder, lengthen her out of her rump, and loosen her in her rear joints, particularly at the ring surface. Man, give credit where credit's due. That is a big arm, a big back, and a big engine. A neat kind of pig there to be in 5. Young man in 6, I told him when I pinned him, I said, said, man, it kills me because I think where this pig is good, he's so good. Hip loin forward, that's what they need to look like. Unfortunately, he's just entirely too short in his rump, and unfortunately, just can't get out here and go at the pace or the athleticism that I'd consider ideal. Again, took a little extra time. I want to leave no stone unturned when I'd fly back tonight. Interesting class. My compliments to all those kiddos.
Results out of Class 12 spots. First goes to Chase Cox, Ohio. Second, Ruby Hopper, Arkansas. Third, Emma Marsh, Indiana. Fourth, Allison Liggett, Indiana. And fifth, Tyler Armstrong, Indiana. Results out of Class 13 spots. First goes to Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second, Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Third, Chloe Oliver, Indiana. Fourth,
Austin Handwork, Ohio. And 5th, Carly Woods, Indiana. Results out of Class 10 Middleweight Crossbreds. First goes to Camden Platt, Indiana. Second, Harley Mabry, Arkansas. Third, Lily Joe Cook, Arkansas. Fourth, Adley Green, Georgia. And 5th, Owen Bridges, Georgia. We are now ready to show for Champion Division 2, your middleweight division in the Crossbreds. First in class number 6 from North Carolina, Jane Jennings. Second in that class was Carson Bickle from Ohio. Coming out of class number 7, your class winner, Jarrett Rigney, California. Second in that class was Lily Willis from Arkansas. Beating them all in class number 8, congratulations, Brody Everhart, Indiana. Second in that class was Henry Crawley, Georgia. Capturing the blue ribbon in class number 9, congratulations, Jack Greiner, Iowa. Second in that class was Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. Out of our just completed class number 10, Indiana, Camden Platt. Second in that class was Harley Mabry, Arkansas. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these individuals as they show for champion middleweight crossbred.
Well, again, good to get Ryan over here. And, I didn't want to say anything as they came out and just kind of let him get his first impression. I think that's fair in that situation because I got that opportunity when they came through the ring the first time. And, man, we come together and, again, in total agreement. I know every judge says that. And sometimes I think they're lying when they say that. But it's the truth. It's the fact in this particular drive. We'll drop the second out here for reserve. And I think things are going to get a little interesting for reserve. But at the same time, we think there's a clear-cut winner. Awesome in terms of just his flexibility and athleticism out here, yet he's as powerful as anything in terms of chest, in terms of blade, in terms of width and mass. We could nitpick him all day long. Again, we're going to try to stay as positive as we can be. This is good livestock at the end of the day. He's well-driven, well-presented, very nice kind of pig. Right here's our champion middle.
Your champion middleweight comes out of class number 8, Brody Everhart, Indiana. That drops in Henry Cawley from Georgia.
Well, again, I like that champion a good deal, and again, in total agreement. And I said, we'd bring them back out here for reserve and re-rack them, and try to have an open mind. And honestly, it comes down to a pair of them. There's one that's just a little stouter, probably in terms of its feature. One that's just a little more out there, probably from just a bone and hair perspective. Is that one just long enough hipped and loose enough hinged? The other one that's in contentions, I said earlier, is just an absolute beautifully presented, immaculate show bearer from the profile. Is that one just big enough in his foot? Is he just good enough right when you get right in behind him in terms of his squareness of hock? That's the question that you got to ask yourself. I guess for me, big first impression is always huge. There's one that's just so hard to ignore. I thought hit me really hard when they first came through the gates. Young man's blue belted bear is going to be our reserve.
Your reserve middleweight comes out of Class 7 from California, Jarrett Rigney. We are now ready to show for Champion Spotted Market Hog at the 2025 North American. Coming out of class number 12, Chase Cox, Ohio. Second in that class was Ruby Hopper from Arkansas. Beating them all in class 13, congratulations, Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second in that class was Leah Emmenheiser from Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in congratulating our two class winners as they show for Champion Spot Market Hog. Your Champion Spotted Hog comes out of class 12, Chase Cox, Ohio. That drops in Ruby Hopper from Arkansas for reserve contention. Your reserve comes out of class 13, Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana.
Well, I think an awesome class, and if you're sitting down in 5 and 6, 7, wherever it may be in this particular class, I guess I'd tell you to keep your head up because I think without a doubt, and it's not even close, this is the class of the day to this point, and I know we've still got several classes to go. With that being said, take what you want. It's just my opinion today. There is no doubt in my mind, though, in terms of one that's the widest underneath, the best in his look, still one that's so good from a compositional perspective, and so good when you get right in behind him in terms of being on the corners and being on the edge, yet clean jointed and comfortable. And then when you get off to the side of him, his ability to use his hind leg is undoubtedly the best in this particular drive. You know, at times he can kind of give you a weird look when his head's just not perfect. You know, does he run downhill just a bit? Maybe a little, but at the same time, man, in relation to the one that falls into second, he's by some margin more busted open in his chest. He's longer and more extended ahead of his blade. He's longer and leveler out of his rump. And like I said, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that's the one that just has a huge advantage in terms of hip and hind leg. Good looking, hard shaped, got a hind leg that can go all day long. I like that one a good deal to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man in 2, you got a very far-reaching one, and honestly, you were the first one to hit the ring, and I thought, well, there's our class winner because that one could have won a lot of classes today, and man, I still like him. Short-backed, tall-shouldered, so stout in his skull, big in his arm. He is absolutely incredible and the best within the top pair, really within the top 3 in terms of just hard shape right down the top side of his skeleton. So square, so good up high in terms of shape and muscularity. I thought as you dipped into the details and you had to get hard on skeleton in a class of this magnitude, he's pushed forward a little more in his blade than I'd consider ideal. He's a little shorter and steeper out of his rump, and when push come to shove, I didn't think he was as athletic as our impressive class winner. Man, that's a high quality bear there to be in 2. Young lady in 3, I thought you could argue at one time this is the place to land because I think I said it a few classes ago. This is just real world good livestock, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. I would encourage you to study this one as she comes back in terms of her natural forerib shape, her natural chest width, her squareness in knee, the spread, dimension, and mass she has on the top side of her skeleton, as well as when you get right in behind the livestock, is absolutely incredible. I thought as the drive wore on, you stepped off to the profile. Not only was she just a bit more compact through her front 1/3 and didn't offer maybe just as wow of an image from the profile, I thought she wanted to tighten and get a little more restricted. I know we're in a market setting, and this may not be popular to say. I would absolutely love to take that gilt home and try to make some competitive show bearers to come back next year or whatever your goals are. I think that's an incredibly high quality one. Again, as the drive wore on, I didn't think she was as unique, and she wanted to tighten and get just a little more restricted off either end of her skeleton. Tall-shouldered, good-looking one comes next. He is absolutely immaculate in terms of his hydration. The freshness and shape he has on the top side of his skeleton is so good. He is absolutely perfect in terms of his compositional image. His view from behind is so good. Pin, hock to ground is absolutely immaculate. I love his height to length ratio. Again, as you dip into the details and just really want to break them down from the profile, I didn't think he was as good in his cheek. I didn't think he was as good in his throat latch. And then the biggest issue, young lady, when your bear comes right at us, he has to be better in his chest and knee to get any higher in a competitive class like this. I'm sure when you loaded up and you came to the North American, you didn't expect to be 4th. Unfortunately, this class is very high quality. As much as I like those top 4, this one in 5th has some very neat pieces. And again, could have been a class winner many other times today. If we're going to talk about the good, man, that one's length of body is so good. The way he's tall-shouldered yet pushed back in his blade and knee and gets out of his front skeleton is so good. Flat-backed and square when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, it's this view right here, young lady. They got to be rounder in their forerib. They got to be better in terms of their physical feel. We need to drop in his rear rib and flank, and if we do that, not only will he come across more practical and easier feeding, but at the same time, I think his lines, particularly his underline and his belly line, would balance much better out here. Again, another one that got the most out of skin, hair, hydration, fit job, absolutely perfect. That's what they need to look like from a fit job perspective We just got to make him fresher bodied. We got to make him more practical through his center. Flip the script and go as far to the other end of the spectrum as you possibly can within a pair. This thing's got the forerib. He's got the big body. He is absolutely incredible in terms of his center cage, a moderate frame bearer that's still practical in terms of his structure, still comfortable off either end of his skeleton. If you like this one higher because you like him moderate, you like him big bodied, and you like him flexible, I wouldn't argue. I thought when push come to shove on a stage this big, in a class of this caliber, he fell apart just a bit from an eye appeal perspective. He's a little more compact off either end of his skeleton, and even though I can appreciate his center body, his flesh, and his easy feeding look, for me on this given day in this particular class, he comes across a little big-bodied and maybe just a little off from a compositional perspective, maybe throws off his lines just a bit from the profile. A good-looking bear that I thought dang sure was good enough to go to the scale. We get him back out here. He's obviously too refined in his feature for a high-quality class like this, but man, good-looking, sharp-built, and shapely. Interesting class again. I like to get long-winded on good ones. You guys had them ready to roll. My compliments to all those kiddos and their families.
Results out of Class 11. Crossbreds. First goes to Paisley Tyndall, Ohio. Second, Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Third, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Fourth, Brenna Dreyer, Illinois. And fifth, Alice Hawk, Indiana. We're now showing Class 12 Crossbreds.
Results out of Class 14, Tamworth. First goes to Mally Sipes, Kentucky. Second, Brecken Sheets, Iowa. Third, Tanner Eisen, Kentucky. Fourth, Brecken Good, Indiana. And fifth, Sadie Store, Ohio. We're now showing Class 15, Yorkshires.
Well, awesome class. And again, you take them how you like them. It's just my opinion today. I think these three are so good, and they're presented well. And at the same time, the one that we land on just is kind of the show pony that I keep coming back to, particularly from the profile. To be that stout in your arm and that big in your skull and still offers a neat, fresh kind of look up front is not easy to do. Flat in his back, he's got a big tail root, he's got a giant hind leg, and the angles to his skeleton are just absolutely immaculate out here. We'll see if he comes back just a tick fuller. I'd like to see him just a shot more better, I guess, right there through the center portion of his body. And he's not just the most massive one, I guess, when you get right in behind him in relation to maybe another one or two towards the forefront of this particular class. Balance, bone, hair, presentation, build from the side, structural integrity. I like that pig a good deal to go ahead and win. From there, I think there's some discussion to be had between 2 and 3, and man, they're opposites just in terms of the positive attributes that they bring towards the forefront. Ultimately, I'm more drawn to the extension, the structural integrity, the length of hip, and just the muscularity when you get right up on top of them of the young ladies. On a comparative note, in relation to the one that falls into 3, he opens up with more hard shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He maintains a more aggressive turn to his loin edge. And then from behind, there is absolutely no comparison between 2 and 3 in terms of spin width, natural thickness, just squareness. Man, that one's just so good when you get right in behind him. So you ask, well, why is he second in this particular class? I can't get him to balance quite right from the side, from the height to length ratio. He's a rib long, and that's okay, but at the same time, maybe throws off his build, or not his build, excuse me, but just his proportionality a bit from the side. He's got just a shot more crest, a shot more cheek than our class winner, and like I said, he's a little more tucked up in his flank and just a rib longer. Couldn't get him to proportion quite like our impressive winner. Man, that's a long, loose hip, an awesome hind leg, and like I said, his image from behind, is so hard to replicate, and like I said, he's still got the shape advantage over the bear in 3. If you like the 1 and 3 to win or want to slide him up a place, I wouldn't argue, man. That is a giant-chested one. He's got the advantage within 2 and 3 in terms of foot size and stoutness of feature. Absolutely monster-like in his blade. He's more appropriate in his length of body, and because of that, he's rounder in his forerib. He's more appropriate in his physical fill. At the same time, when you get off to the profile of him, he needs to be more extended off either end of his skeleton. He's just shot more mature ahead of his blade. And again, like I've said so many times, we're willing to give up if we can capture something else to do it. I thought within 2 and 3, he was plainer down his top and a little more nondescript when you get right in behind him. Just a very good kind of show pig to be in 4 that unfortunately probably just ran out of bells and whistles in this particular class. Flat-backed and really good in terms of her structure. She's up on her toes. She's square in her undercarriage. Really good from a build perspective. Again, as push comes to shove, I didn't think she offered any of the unique pieces that those 3 that preceded her did. I thought when you got right in behind her, she was just a little plainer and just a little more bland in that regard. Man, that's good livestock. Young lady does an awesome job getting the most out of her. She's presented so well. Again, a fault-free one there that in a competitive class of this kind of caliber maybe just runs out of some extras. The 1 and 5 has the extras that a champion kind of show pig or market hog kind of has and brings forth, if we're being honest. Man, she's crazy looking up front. She's as shapely and muscular on the top side of her skeleton and from behind as anything in this particular class. And as much as I like a short-backed, good-looking one, this one may be just a little too compact off either end of her skeleton. Extend her, make her just a shot bigger in her kind, tie her neck higher on the top side of her shoulder. All some small things there because, again, a very high-quality one there to be in 5. Very good class. I've tried to talk to the kids on down the line. Let's put our hands together and make some noise for all these exhibitors, please.
Results out of Class 15, Yorkshires. First goes to Gavin Sinclair, Indiana. Second, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Third, Genevieve Polsini, North Carolina. Fourth, Bristol Himsell, Indiana. And fifth, Abigail Perkins, Indiana. We're now showing Class 16, Yorkshires. Results out of Class 12, Heavyweight Crossbreds. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Katie Willis, Arkansas. Third, Tyler Hawk, Indiana. Fourth, Adley Green, Georgia. And fifth, Braylon Francis, Maryland. We are now showing Class 13, Crossbreds.
Well, a nice class here as we work into some of these bigger hogs. And, yeah, you know, I'll just start with the negative and we'll get it out of the way. The black bear, I could probably be pried open in his chest just a bit. And maybe that correlates to him being just a little flatter in his forerib and his center. Past that one wins easy in this judge's opinion. Flat back. Good looking. He's got more than enough, I think, in terms of just his feature and the muscularity that he does have when you get up on the top side of his skeleton. So comfortable, so good-footed, so agile out here. He's got the ability to throw his head above his shoulder blade and drive at a comfortable level. Awesome from a compositional perspective. Again, as we get into some of these bigger weights, I think we maybe lose some freshness and they begin to show their age. That one still looks youthful ahead of his blade. A nice kind of place to go ahead and start. My compliments to her on getting the most out of that one in this particular class. The barrow in 2 is better in terms of his rib. He's better in his center. He's a more moderate frame barrow that's accompanied with muscularity on the top side of his skeleton, and maybe didn't get the best read as he first hit the ring, but that's a good example of why you keep driving him, because it went to the scale and ended up being second in this particular class. Again, he's a good meat and potatoes hogs. He's got rib, he's got bone, he's got muscularity. Unfortunately, out here in a big ring setting, when you break him down from a skeletal perspective, we need to change his neck set just a bit. I'd like to loosen him and make him just more comfortable out of his hind leg, but again, a nice barrow there to be in second. Hip loin forward, I like the black-headed barrow that comes in 3. Caught a pin early because he's short back and got muscularity on the top side of his skeleton, stout in his mug, big in his arm, and you take him to the surface, he's got big square toes. Unfortunately, when push comes to shove and you get him back out here after weighing him, he's just too compact. He's too compact off either end of his skeleton. We need to lengthen his rump, and if we were to do so, I think that barrow would take just a more athletic step out of his hind leg. But again, give credit where credit's due. Big-footed, stout-legged. He's got good rib shape. His length of body's right. His spread and dimension up high is good. Young lady did a nice job. On the other end of the spectrum, we got an extended, good-looking kind of show barrow. I love this thing's look and presence ahead of his blade. For a tall-shouldered one, he's still got cushion and push out of his front skeleton. For a stout mug when he's still extended and good from a look and just extension and an eye appeal perspective. Honestly, when push comes to shove, they just got to have more muscle. He's too flat in his center body, and that correlates to being just a little narrower and just a little plainer when you get right up on top of him. Good kind of profiling hog, just needs more muscularity. A neat-looking one comes in next. I love this one. Shoulder height and extension off either end of his skeleton. A well-presented one that's unfortunately just too dry in his center. He's too rigid in terms of his skeleton. We need to relax him in his rear posture, make him deeper heeled and just more comfortable out of his hind leg. Again, tall-shouldered, good-looking. Young lady does an incredible job getting him driven. Just need to give him more stuff through his center and make him just a shot more practical in his hind leg structure. The gilt comes in next. Has got the body and practicality that I'm after. A good, practical kind of market hog. Unfortunately, she falls out of bed just a bit from a freshness perspective, but again, a big-ribbed one there that looks like she's been easy to feed, and I can appreciate that. From there, again, we've tried to talk to the kids on down the line. Maybe some of these things are just beginning to show their age from a freshness perspective. Maybe one or two that just need to be a little sounder off either end of their skeletons. But again, kids are working their tails off. I know everybody's getting tired of me saying it. Let's put our hands together, though, and show them our appreciation, please.
Results out of Class 13. Crossbreds. First goes to Kate Hikes, Kansas. Second, Connor Swanson, Ohio. Third, Hayden Norman, Iowa. Fourth, Cade Lensman, Ohio. And fifth, Natalie Albright, Michigan. Results out of Class 16. Yorkshires. First goes to Caitlin Berry, Indiana. Second, Anna Higby, Kansas. Third, Hadley Huseman, Kansas. Fourth, Gavin St. Clair, Indiana. And fifth, Briley Clem, Ohio. Some reminders about the Grand Drive. We will stage all champions and reserves in Ring A and shoot them across to Ring B. Reserves will be paraded before the champions. We will start the Grand Drive 10 minutes after the selection of the champion crossbred.
Well, a nice class here, and I think it's interesting. I think this trio, and I know everybody ringside probably has a different opinion, but just telling you my thought process, this trio may come together with as much logic as any trio that we've had, or any top pair, or any class that we've had. Because of that, the reason I say that is you've got one in second with some muscularity and width, but maybe doesn't balance or proportion quite right, or maybe his bone doesn't match. You've got one in three that's really good looking and heavy bone, but is he opened up enough, and does he have enough muscle? And then you've got a class winner that I think is just the combination of that. If you don't like this one to win, I guess we'll just agree to disagree. Flat-backed, good looking up front, absolutely impressive in terms of his front foot size. His size of his arm is so good. Length of hip and running gear is just absolutely incredible. like I said, in relation to the bear that falls into 2, he's by some margin bigger in his feature, more extended off either end of his skeleton, and just presents a higher quality, harder to make look from the profile. You know, is he the most muscular one that we've seen all day when you get right in behind him? I don't think so, but again, I think that's a small tree in a large forest with the cards that are dealt in this particular class. Young man in 2, you've got the class winner, I guess, in terms of just shape, muscularity, and freshness on the top side of their skeleton. There is absolutely no doubt in this judge's mind. In relation to the class winner, he opens up with more hard shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He has a more aggressive turn to his edge, and then from behind, his pin set and just natural thickness of muscle is absolutely incredible. It's this view right here where you can't get around the class winner in this guy's opinion. He's a little more pronounced in his crest. He's got just a shot more cheek, and then for all that power and muscularity he has on the top side of his skeleton, I wish he had just more rear foot size and feature to match. Didn't see the balance of the build or the uniqueness of skeletal quality as our class winner. There's no doubt in my mind, though, that's the muscularity hog of the drive that's so impressive when you get right up on top of him. There's parts and pieces of this one that look like a big-time show winner, in my opinion. So good in terms of his forearm, so stout in his mug, yet good in his throat latch, and his jawbone is so good. He has a giant, hairy hind leg. When you get off to the profile, even though I would like to change him in an area or two, I still think he has advantages when that young lady gets him put together. So good looking ahead of his blade. He's a tall-shouldered bear that's still pushed back in his knee and good in his front foot. At the same time, I take issues with his build from the side just a bit. He wants to roach up in his loin and drop in his pins. I wish he was a little longer stepping. And like I said so many times today, I'd be willing to take him just a little more messed up if we're going to get the extra power, the extra muscularity, and the extra stoutness. There's no doubt in this judge's opinion, when you get behind him of the initial 3, he plays out the most. Give him a shot more power, fix his spine just a little bit. He's so close, in my opinion. Just needs to be redesigned just a bit in an area or two. Again, young lady did a hammer job getting him drove out here and getting the most out of him. Unfortunately, the 1 in 4 is a little banged up front in terms of his feet or his shoulder or whatever it may be. I don't know if he's injured or fighting something there. But when you get past that, I think that's a good market hog that's awesome in his rib, his spread, his dimension, and his muscularity on the top side of his skeleton is so good. And realistically, if we're going to get hard on his skeleton, which we need to up front, I actually think the angles to his rear joints, the squareness and security that he has from behind is absolutely impressive. Again, it's pretty easy to see from the outside looking in. He just needs to be more mobile out of his front skeleton. From there, I tried to talk to the kids on down the line. Again, not to sound cliche or sound boring, but either ones that fall out of bed just a bit from a structural integrity aspect, or maybe ones that are just beginning to show their age and just need to be a little fresher. Again, kids are working their tails off. I know what it takes to get them to this point. I compliment all your families on your guys' job. Hard done.
Results out of Class 14. First goes to Brecken Dreyer, Illinois. Second, Grant Miller, Arkansas. Third, Nora Hogue, Illinois. Fourth, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. And fifth, Jane Jennings, North Carolina. We are now ready to show for champion Yorkshire. Coming out of Class 15 from Indiana, Gavin St. Clair. Second in that class was Kinley Hill from Indiana. Out of your just completed, Class 16, Caitlin Berry, Indiana. Second in that class was Anna Higby from Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating these 2 individuals as they show for Champion Yorkshire at the 2025 North American.
Your champion Yorkshire comes out of class 15. Gavin Sinclair, Indiana. That drops in Kinley Hill from Indiana for reserve contention. Your reserve champion Yorkshire comes out of class 15. Kinley Hill, Indiana.
Well, a nice class to end on, and again, look forward to getting these class winners back out here and sorting through those and finding us a champion Division III, and then obviously going to go on forward with that and find a champion crossbred. And with that being said, you know, you never know what to expect. The last class of the day, we're getting into some of these hogs that are probably a shot older and a shot bigger, but quality and value still sort to the forefront. And I'll be the first to say this class winner is not going to be the widest or the most powerful one that we'll have in the Grand Drive here in a minute. What I will tell you is that's good built, kind of high quality livestock. I mean this sincerely when I say his front end skeleton from the profile may be as good and as high quality as anything that we have seen today. Absolutely perfect in terms of one that's that tall shouldered to still be pushed back in his blade and appropriate in his front foot placement. Absolutely beautiful about his skull. For one that's got that kind of width, the jaw and the width between his eyes, he's still so good in his throat lash, still good in his poll, so attractive. From there back, he's flat in his back, he's long and loose and level in his rump, and knows how to utilize his hind leg with some reach and some athleticism out here. Again, he's not the widest or maybe the most powerful one that we've seen all day, but I think that's good build. High quality, fresh kind of livestock there for the last class today at the North American. A nice kind of place to go ahead and start. My compliments to them and their crew on getting that one ready. This bear in second actually has some advantages over the bear that wins the class. From the outside looking in, you might expect him to be a little flatter, but when you get on top of him, his forerib shape, his body shape, and the spread he has working on the top side of his skeleton is so good. Good square and secure when you get right in behind him. I actually prefer his length of body and spine maybe just a bit better than our class winner. Unfortunately, again, like I said so many times today, at a show of this magnitude, young lady, they just need more feature. That bear is too refined in his rear bone. He's too small in his foot to get any higher in this particular class, but I think that's a well-presented, high-quality one. You did a very nice job getting the most out of him. Again, a high-quality one here to come in 3. I love this thing. Stoutness of skull. They got his white dressed up like it needs to be. He's big in his arm, flat in his back. He's got a long, loose, level hip laid in him. One that certainly you don't question from a build, balance, and structure perspective. Unfortunately, when you get right up on top of him, of the initial 3, he's the most bland in his shape. He wants to play out the most from behind. You know, perhaps the real issues were fighting some weight or maybe just too flat there in his forerib to ever just truly have enough. But that image right there is very neat. That's a high quality bear there to land in the 3rd hole. From there down, tried to talk to the kids. Hogs that all bring forth some positive attributes. Maybe just don't put it together in the most collected kind of fashion. Kids are doing an awesome job for the last class of the day. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Results out of Class 15. First goes to Lydia Durst, Ohio. Second, Bailey Ball, Tennessee. Third, Kayla Bunch, Oklahoma. Fourth, Brooke Brown, Ohio. And fifth, Parker Crow, Ohio. We are now ready to show for our champion heavyweight division. Coming out of Class 11, congratulations from Ohio, Paisley Tyndall. Second in that class was Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Beating them all in Class 12, congratulations, Maya Holderly, Indiana.
Second in that class was Katie Willis, Arkansas. Out of class 13, Kate Hikes from Kansas. Second in that class was Connor Swanson, Ohio. Capturing the blue ribbon in class 14, congratulations, Brecken Dreyer, Illinois. Second in that class was Grant Miller, Arkansas. And out of our just completed class number 15, Lydia Durst, Ohio. Second in that class was Bailey Ball from Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating these class winners as they show for our heavyweight champion.
Well, these are real good, and I was excited to get them back out here, and it's nothing to take away from the middles or the lights because obviously quality was there, and they're going to fit right in the mix when they get back out here for the Grand Drive. And I can promise you, anybody that has sorted with me, I always say it's a different show every time they come back in. You know, you got some things in the back of your head that you thought when they come through class, but it's a new show every time they come out here. Again, like Ryan said earlier, we're not one of those to really waste a lot of time out here. We're going to try to focus on the ones that are in contentions, and that's nothing to take away from the ones that aren't. You're a class winner at the North American, and that means something. Nobody's going to take that away from you. At the same time, we're going to try to get every stone unturned and leave no stone unturned as far as that goes. There's a pair of them, in our opinion, that are so high quality, and within that pair, there's one that's just an absolute athlete. This pig has absolute giant feet. He has absolutely giant bones. He has a substantially more feature than the other Barra. And when this young lady gets this one put together, I love this one. Young lady in the pink, you got our champion heavy.
Your champion heavyweight crossbred comes out of class 14, Breckenridge, Illinois. That drops in Grant Miller from Arkansas.
Well, we dropped that bear in, and like I said, man, he's so good in terms of his back shape. His natural thickness of muscle from behind is so good. You know, he's not as unique in terms of his bone or his look or his extension as that one that beats him. You know, to talk about a few others, the black bear is wild looking from the side, and like I said, in that particular class, for a heavyweight bear, still so fresh and youthful. You know, does he come with just enough chest, enough rib, and enough punch? That's the question you got to ask yourself. This one gets as close as possibly you could get. Man, he's so good. I told Ryan if we were just going to line him up and take a picture, man, he's stout. He's presented incredible. He's so shapely up high. Does he have just enough coming and going? And for that question that you have to ask yourself, he's maybe just a shot shorter in his rump and maybe wanting to labor just a bit more out here. Man, that is a high quality one. One that comes out of the last class, I'd take a ton of them that look like that all day long. Is he going to get a piece today? Absolutely not. But, man, that's good looking, high quality livestock. If there was more of them that built like that, man, I think we'd be better as an industry. And then there's another one that pushed our champion about as hard as you possibly could. On a comparative note, I thought this barrow was a little more unique in terms of his jawbone, a little cleaner in his throat latch, and a little shorter in his length of body, and I mean that in a good way. I thought when push come to shove, he wasn't as big in his feature. He wasn't just as unique in his athleticism. Man, I love this pig a good deal, though. Young lady on the far side, you're going to be reserved.
Your reserve heavyweight comes out of class 11, Paisley Tyndall, Ohio. We are now ready to show for champion crossbred at the 2025 North American. Coming out of division number 1, congratulations from Indiana, Maya Holderly. Reserve in that division was Peyton Jones from Indiana. Beating them all in division number 2, congratulations, Brody Everhart, Indiana. Reserve in that division was Jarrett Rigney, California. And out of your just completed heavyweight division from Illinois, congratulations, Brecken Dreyer. Reserve in that division was Paisley Tyndall, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for each of these individuals as they show for champion crossbred.
Well, I'll try to keep it short and sweet. If you kids just want to set them down for a minute, I don't want to wear them out, and it's not fair to you guys to have to roll back into the grand drive. But man, we're pumped up about these three, and you know, we can sit here and nitpick them and say this one needs to be a little better here, and that one needs to be a little better here. I can promise you, if you're sitting ringside and you have raised these things, I don't care if you've got 5 pigs or 500 sows, whatever it may be as difficult in 2025, and I know there's plenty of people ringside that have done this way more than I have, and have probably forgot more than I'll ever remember. But I can promise you, with my time that we've spent trying to do this and do it as competitive as we can, there has never, ever, ever been a time in the show pig industry where it's harder to put together a show pig that you like, a show pig that can make it to the finish line, and a show pig that can hit the green shavings, whether it's in Louisville, Kentucky, or a State Fair or World Pork Expo, whatever it may be. It is so, so hard to make the truly elite ones, the unique ones, and to get to this point. You guys out here, all 3 of you kiddos, have one of those. Again, we can sit there and nitpick them. I'm sure everybody ringside smarter than I am, particularly when you guys don't have to grab the mic and talk about it out of here in front of everybody. What I will tell you, if you don't like these 3, you don't know what it takes to get to this point. They're very well presented as anything that you could ever want across the country. They're hydrated, their skin, their hair, their clip job, their showmanship is absolutely immaculate. And I'm not saying there's pigs that were second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever it may be, that weren't. But to get 3 of them out here that fit their respective divisions incredibly, incredibly well is very rewarding. As somebody that tries to do this and is passionate about it, it's rewarding as a show judge to have quality. It's rewarding to see kids that have put the effort in, and families and crews. I don't know if you could ask for 3 better ones, again, that fit their weight. The lightweight looks like a lightweight, the middleweight looks like a middle, and the heavy looks like a middle. When push comes to shove, there's one that's just a little extra special in our opinion. Again, we've said it every time. We'll say it again. In complete agreement, we like the heavy to be our champion cross.
Your champion crossbred comes out of division number 3, Brecken Dreyer, Illinois. That drops in Paisley Tyndall from Ohio.
Again, we like that champion a great deal, and sometimes when you get to reserve, you don't have the quality. And I know maybe that sounds negative, but we do today. You could use any of these 3 out here, and I'd stand behind them in a heartbeat and fight for you kids because, man, I think the quality is there. You've got them maxed out. I've talked enough. We like that pair, a good deal. We're not going to split them up. Reserve heavies, your reserve cross.
Your reserve crossbred is the Reserve Division 3, Paisley Tyndall, Ohio. We are now ready for our grand drive. We will parade our reserves. Your reserve champion, Berkshire, is exhibited by Jordan Kelly from Indiana. Your reserve champion, Chester, Bailey Neal, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion, Duroc, is exhibited by Brantley Platt from Indiana. Your reserve champion, Hampshire, Harper Heimer, Missouri. Your reserve champion, Hereford, Caleb Lehman, Indiana. Your reserve champion, Landrace, Charlie Morris, Indiana. Your reserve champion, Poland, Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Your reserve champion spot, Cray Emenheiser, Indiana. Your reserve champion, Tamworth, Breckenshitz, Iowa. Your reserve champion, Yorkshire, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Your reserve crossbred from Ohio, Paisley Tyndall. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in congratulating your reserve breed champions. We are now ready for our champion lineup. Your champion, Berkshire, is exhibited by Peyton Jones from Indiana. Your champion, Chester, Grant Miller, Arkansas. Your champion, Duroc, Juan Carlos Martinez, Texas. Your champion, Hampshire, Max Heimer, Missouri. Your champion, Hereford, Caden Ishmael, Indiana. Your champion, Poland, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. Your champion Landrace, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Your champion Spot, Chase Cox, Ohio. Your champion Tamworth, Mally Sipes, Kentucky. Your champion Yorkshire, Gavin St. Clair, Indiana. And your champion out of your Crossbred division, Brecken Dreyer, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our champion lineup. Your evaluator in Ring A for your purebred market hogs was Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Him and his wife Wendy and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, a 20-head show pig sow operation consisting of Chesters, Crosses, and Durocs. Ryan is a national support specialist for Show Right Show Feeds and has judged at all levels in 29 states. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ryan Seitz from Oklahoma. Evaluating in Ring B today was Mr. Troy Sloan from Cameron, Missouri. Troy attended Fort Scott Community College and Iowa State University, competing on the judging teams at both schools. After Iowa State, Troy returned to Cameron to run the swine portion of Team Sloan Livestock, a 200-head sow show pig operation focusing on mainly crossbreds. Troy has judged multiple shows in many states at all levels. Please put your hands together for Mr. Troy Sloan from Missouri. A reminder, NSR breeds, please grab a pen. Champions and reserves, please stay in the ring for the collection of DNA. With us this afternoon to support and to present our top 5 is our Kentucky State Fair Board members and a friend to us all, Mr. Warren Beeler. Please, let's put our hands together for them and the support that they give to the youth.
Well, first of all, it's been an honor to be here on the Green Chips again and being able to go through the show. And I'll be honest with you, this is the first time Troy and I have actually got to step in the ring. Yeah, we both raise Chester hogs. We talk periodically trying to figure out what in the world we're going to do on that end. But at the same time, we know each other well. It's been a lot of fun working through the show today. I know you did a minute ago, but at the same time, before we go any further, give Troy a round of applause. It's been a remarkable day. You know, we were talking a minute ago, and we were like, "What in the world time is it?" and all that kind of stuff. And I know it seems like we went through, this show at a very rapid pace, and yet at the same time, we've took our time. We kind of slowed down when we needed to. We sped up when we could. But the only reason we've been able to do that is because of the people that have been in this ring, at that table, on the scales, all that. Before we go any further, thank all those people that have volunteered and helped. Thank you to you guys over there. There's no doubt, Mr. Beeler, it's always good to sit down and visit with you. And you guys, as a committee, that what you've done for these young people is remarkable. And you probably don't get to hear it near enough, but thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for supporting these young people. I'm not real big on speeches, I'll be honest with you, and I know we've got some times ahead of us when we talk about what's going on in the country and everything else. The only thing I will tell you is I'm so glad to be part of agriculture. I'm so glad to be part of the development of these young people and what they can do for our country later on. Give all the kids, whether they're in here or outside, a big round of applause. You know, we can sit back and we can talk about, yes, hard work, late nights, early mornings, all that kind of stuff. At the same time, you guys are learning that some days are good and we win, some days are challenging when we don't, and yet we got to get up the next morning and go right back to work. And sometimes that's real life things. Some days are good, some days are challenging, but the next day we have to get up and we have to go back to work. So I applaud all you young people. Again, it's been a remarkable show. It's been a fun show. If you guys want to fire them up, these champions are awfully, awfully good. I'll be honest with you. A few years ago when I was here, we'll have to kind of look back on the calendar and see exactly what year that was. But at the same time, these are flat good. These champions, these reserves that are backing them, it's been a remarkable show. It's been a fun show. I'm not one that goes out there and hits them real hard or slaps them. I'm more one that just stands back and says, that's him, and that Crossbred is him.
Your champion market hog at the 2025 North American from Illinois. Congratulations, Brecken Dreyer. That drops in Paisley Tyndall from Ohio for reserve contention.
I'll try to echo a few of the things that Ryan said without trying to sound too repetitive. But again, like he said, it's an honor, it's a privilege. I said earlier, but I'll say it again. I honestly have never had the opportunity to be at the North American, with the exceptions of when we judged here in junior and senior college. And anybody that knows my track record underneath this roof at the judging contest, it wasn't real good, if I'm being honest. So when we walked through those doors this morning, I didn't tell Ryan this, and I said, man, I hope, or I was thinking it. I said, I hope we don't mess this up as bad as we did the judge, or I did the judging contest there many moons ago when we had the opportunity to do it. And, like he said, it all starts with leadership. Leadership is something that this industry needs, and more importantly, this world needs right now. I think sometimes accountability in our leadership in this country is sometimes just a little subpar, if we're going to be honest. And what you guys have here at the North American International Livestock Exposition is awesome leadership. It starts right there and it trickles down, to some of the most passionate people about this. I say it every show, and it probably sounds like a broken record. I never really have a creative speech, but they do it because they believe in it. They do it because they know the importance of events like this. They understand the amount of success, the amount of talent that young people have. Just like Ryan said, whether you're out here or you're in the back of the barn, or maybe you had to get back home and you're watching on the internet, I commend each and every family. I commend each and every kid. Stay hooked up and stay focused, whether you were a champion or maybe you were 10th in class today, because the leadership that we need moving forward, not only in this industry, in the livestock industry, and more importantly, just in this world, in this country in general right now. It's never been more needed than it is right now. Again, the leadership is incredible here. You guys know more about it than I do, so I'm not going to sit up here and talk about it, but looking from afar and just with my short couple days here, I can say I've been absolutely impressed. Let's give them one big more round of applause, please, and show them our appreciation. Again, I like to give grand drive speeches, and it's never about me, but I always do like to take the time to thank the crew back at home. I'm very, very fortunate. We have an incredible line of employees and helpers back at home. Savannah, my parents, Leo, Trenton, and there's plenty of part-time guys that when I leave, I have absolutely no stress. To be honest, I'm less stressed when I leave than when I'm there. If you guys are watching, whether you are or not, thank you guys for everything you do that allows me to get away and be able to do some of these. Again, I know Ryan thanked me, and I want to do that likewise to him. One of the true greats in this deal. He's done them all probably more times than I can ever imagine, and he does them because he's a good human. He does them because he's a good evaluator. He gives your kids a fair shake. And at the end of the day, when kids walk in the ring, he understands the hard work, the dedication, the commitment that it takes not only to get to this point, but just to get one to come through the ring. So before we go any further, let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Ryan Seitz on a job well done. Again, not too many creative speeches. Usually when you try to say something creative, it comes out wrong, and I kind of like just swinging from the hip. But just to kind of go back on what I said, when you think of Louisville, Kentucky, I think one thing you got to think about is all the judging kids and industry influencers that have walked through this barn through a judging perspective. And I'll be the first to say to be relevant in this business, you don't have to go through a judging program. What I will tell you, though, like I said earlier, that's what I think of when I think of Louisville, Kentucky. Obviously, an incredible set of livestock that comes through, but even more importantly, the set of kids and their influencers that come through that door each and every year for the judging contest, I think is just absolutely incredible. And to add to that, like I said, I'm far from the most successful person in the world. There's people ringside, like I said earlier, that probably have forgot more than I'll ever know, and I'm far from being the best evaluator that there's ever been. But kind of to go along with what Ryan said, you got to get up and go. I remember I thought it was the end of the world at senior college when I didn't maybe do as good as I wanted to at the national judging contest, and man, it worked on me for several years, if I'm going to be honest. But there's only one thing you could do, like Ryan said, to kind of go along with what he talked about earlier. You got to get up. You got to put your work boots on, and you got to go and just keep trying, because I truly do believe the difference of successful people and wildly successful people, not only in this industry, but just life in general, is their ability to be resilient, their ability to never give up, and their ability to just keep going each and every day. Like Ryan said, there's a lot of days in life in general, personal life or whatever it may be, whatever you do from a business perspective or whatever it is. There's a lot of bad days out there, and the good news is you guys have the opportunity in this business to be a part of this, in this industry to be a part of this, and I can promise you, even a bad day at a pig show is still better than not coming to a pig show. Thank your families. Thank your parents. Thanks the people that get you to this point. I tell people all the time, one of my biggest regrets when I showed many moons ago when I still had hair is I probably just didn't thank my family enough. I didn't thank my parents enough. I listened to a few podcasts here lately, and somebody had a good point the other day. We're up against competition here. There's families that could go on vacations. There's families that can play baseball instead of coming to shows. There's lots of things that kids and families could be doing, but they choose to come here. And what I would tell you as parents, as show leaders, as a 4-H leader, an FFA ag teacher, whatever it may be, let's make sure we make this the best experience that we can for these young people, so they want to continue to do this. So in 10 years or in 20 years or 50 years from now, the green shavings are still a thing. The American Royal is still a thing. Denver's still a thing. Wherever state fair you want to go to, we need to protect that as an industry. Again, got a little long-winded. I'm fired up. The quality's been incredible. We absolutely love our champion. We bring in the reserve. man, he's so good as well. We can't split him up. Young lady with the reserve cross is going to be reserve.
Your reserve overall at the 2025 North American, your reserve crossbred, Paisley Tyndall, Ohio. A reminder, NSR Breeds, champion and reserves, please grab a pen after the selection of the top 5.
Well, I don't know if we'll talk all 5 as we go through, but again, still yet, these pures that we have out here, tremendous show all the way through. There's been a couple of them that have been in my mind, and I know they've been in Troy's as well, and yet as we bring them back out here, the one that just follows the type and kind that we've been trying to do all day long. He's sound, he's functional, he's shapely, he's muscular, he's red. The Duroc's your third out.
Your third overall at the 2025 North American, Dallas Martinez, Texas. That drops in Brantley Platt from Indiana.
Like Ryan said, we're not going to talk them too much. If you kids want to just set them down, though, again, it's been a privilege and honor. It's been awesome. The experience has been great. The pigs have been good. The kids have been even better. Again, I know we've done it a couple times already, but let's not take this for granted. Let's give one more big round of applause for everybody that kind of makes this show happen. There's definitely some different avenues you can take, and maybe for the first time today, I'm not saying we're disagreeing, but we do have differences in opinions, and obviously we maybe prioritize things just a little bit different. We see them the same, but where you line them up and where you draw the line in the sand and determine which direction you want to go can be a little challenging sometimes in these top 5. Sometimes when you just do 2, it's a little more straightforward, and that doesn't mean we don't have quality out here. The quality is very, very good, but with that being said, there's a couple of them, if you kids want to fire them back up, there's a couple of them in contentions, and I guess the one that I'm the next best with, and Ryan was certainly okay with it as well, come out of a really good division early in the day. I told Ryan, I said, this one's maybe just a little older and maybe not quite as fresh as some of them. I would encourage you, though, to study his lower skeleton in relation to another one that's certainly in contentions. He's by some margin better in his chest, knee, and front foot. His length of body, his proportionality, and the way that he's assembled from a skeletal quality perspective is so good. He's presented awesome. Young lady does does an incredible job getting the most out of him. We like him a good deal. The Berkshire will be next.
Your fourth overall, champion Berkshire, Peyton Jones, Indiana. That drops in Jordan Kelly from Indiana.
Well, again, to make our fifth selection, it doesn't get any easier because once again, we could start a grand drive right now at some of the shows we've been at and been tickled to death to have some of these out here to get in the mix. It gets awfully close between a couple of them. At the end of the day, there's one that's just got maybe just a notch more true shape, hard shape, muscle shape, if you will. Still gets out, floats, goes, flexible on either end of his skeleton. We like the Reserve Red.
Your fifth overall selection at the 2025 North American, the Reserve Duroc, Brantley Platte, Indiana. A reminder, NSR Breeds, please grab a pen.